to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this.
Dans ce cas, nous allons avoir besoin d'aide.
But who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
Oh, je sais à qui nous pouvons demander. Quelques jours plus tard, sur un bateau, dans le calme du village de Poissons.
Well, that's everyone, huh?
Calme, doucement, je suis quand même en live. Oui, pardon, excusez-moi les amis, j'étais en train de répondre, me revoilà. Alors, on continue
Speaking of
l'aventure.
which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of
Lynette.
people. That naturally
m'avait
makes it the
manqué.
best choice.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what family should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know.
Ouais, ça fait du
Care
bien
for
de
a
revoir
cup?
Linné aussi. C'est magnifique.
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Oh, Fréminé. Timide et tout.
Me? No, I don't think I can.
Then, how about you, good sir?
I fear that I will cause the
Oh,
mood on this
tellement de
boat to become
charisme,
as somber
Villette, c'est un
as it is
truc de
in
ouf.
court.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local
Alors
like me
mes
to
amis, vous
organize
avez vraiment
things.
pas de chance parce que là, ils sont en train de
Wonderful,
jouer
the
à
spotlight
Rocket
at
League, je
last.
pense.
I
Et
guess
c'est le
I'll be
pire jeu
facilitating
par
things
rapport
from
à la
here.
rage.
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Pourtant, vous allez le faire et vous allez vous en foutre que je suis en live.
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the traveler, has brought us together to discuss something. As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our
Ah, y a
efforts
Chlorine
together
aussi
to
qui est venue,
create
bah
a
putain.
series of traps.
Il y a du monde, hein.
Oh, how intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand. And use on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
Le petit sourire de Neville, ça me fait tellement bien de le revoir. Oh, purée.
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right.
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before.
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters. Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey. So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Work requires a deft hand.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their... I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals...
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks.
Pauvre Nobilette.
But I do have one more question for you, monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind, as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safe.
Wait, why's that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
So are we going hunting together?
Huh. We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
C'est exact.
Oh, so that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
Les propos de Chlorinde n'étaient simplement qu'une métaphore. Vous n'appellerez pas cela d'une partie de chasse. Parce que ce n'est pas ce dont il est question. De plus, vos relations avec Furina n'en sont pas à ce stade. Vous devez simplement découvrir ses secrets. C'est un manque de respect et un sacrilège, mais c'est la seule façon d'empêcher Fontaine d'être engloutie, comme le prédit la prophétie. Il n'y a pas de proie ni de chasseur, mais il doit y avoir un piège. C'est de ça que vous aurez besoin. On va prendre les succès quand même. Dis pas de mots s'il te plaît, fais attention. Pas avec des gros mots à ce point non plus. Hein. Ouais.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening.
J'ai faim après toutes ces réunions.
Hyman didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh? Hyman thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Hyman thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised.
Ça t'a donné un peu confiance, Paimon?
Well, it's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do great. After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Huh?
Qu'est-ce qu'il y a?
Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all.
Non.
Then what's that? Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. I'm mere...
Who's that voice? But there's no one here.
Ah, have you forgotten me already?
Wait, you are familiar. You're the voice we heard from the sky in Sumeru.
The voice from the sky, I fear that description is wrong. Though, not completely wrong. You're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that confusion and thus came to you. Guiding people is an irresistible hobby of mine, after all.
Qui êtes-vous? Et qu'attendez-vous de nous?
Consider me a passerby. just accepting a commission from my friend's
T'es enfin de
disciple
retour.
on a whim.
Alors, comment c'était? Sans spoiler, comment c'était, FNAF? Enfin, je me sens plus du seul. T'es le seul qui m'ignore pas dans le HRP. Ah, tu vois qu'il est génial. Je te l'avais dit. Il méritait d'être applaudi. Mon petit Cara. T'assures. T'es vraiment venu dans le live en plus. Tu restes avec moi, petit Cara, jusqu'à ce que tu t'endormes. Ça se sent que je suis tellement heureuse. En plus, on pourra parler du film, toi et moi, en cachette, en privé. Vu que toi et moi, on l'a vu, Cara. Ah, je t'avais dit qu'il était super génial. Faut pas écouter les critiques des autres. Est-ce que la prophétie de Fontaine va se réaliser?
The prophecy. Yes,
Gros câlin,
what
petit
has been
Cara.
prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the
Comme par
history
hasard,
of
c'est
the
moi le plus
future.
cher, mais c'est vous qui allez rager. C'est plutôt à moi de vous mute. Bah, je m'en vais au pire. Vous inquiétez pas. Au revoir. Mais t'inquiète. Hop. Voilà. C'est encore mieux comme ça. Non, c'est bon. Je les embête, je les embête. Rien à foutre. Bon. Mon micro, ça va, il est bien? Bah, c'est normal que je leur ai dit au revoir en même temps. C'est poli. Oh, mon petit Cara. Enfin, tu vas pouvoir regarder le live.
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Teyvat so
On adore
easily
tous,
be
de toute façon,
changed?
t'inquiète. N'y a-t-il vraiment jamais d'exception?
Ah, so you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall?
C'était plutôt à moi de les mute en plus. Si ça les dérangeait tant, pourquoi m'ont-ils pas demandé de partir au pire? Je l'ai fait moi-même au pire. C'était mieux. Comme ça, je dérange personne.
Are the things that you shall see
Parce que moi,
different
quand j'ai
from
des
the
lives à
fate
faire,
that the
j'ai pas à
gods
rester dans un
perceive?
machin. Ou à être mute et en fait parler dans le vent, tu vois. Ça me dit vraiment rien. Je suis déjà assez ignorée dans le HRP. Pas la peine d'être ignorée autrement. Mon petit Cara.
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but it also sounds kind of scary.
Il n'y a presque plus de thé.
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Teyvat's future. All you need to do is to play your part. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well, that'll be all for today.
Elle nous parle en même temps de boire du thé.
The voice. It's gone.
Sorcière haine. Est-ce l'indice que vous avez laissé? Ces nouvelles inattendues ont provoqué chez vous des sentiments. Tu vois, on pourra dire ça parce que ça va très vite. Des sortes de sentiments bizarres. T'es sûr qu'il est bien mon micro, Cara, quand même? Il paraît qu'il est pas bien parce qu'ils ont pas aimé. Je fais du mieux que je peux, attends. Tu m'entends bien comme ça? Tu es devenue plus diligente, Paimon.
Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
Ah, la revoilà, Mona.
Mona!
Mona, comment se sont passés ces derniers jours?
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird
Je vais
panel.
pouvoir répondre à
It turned out to be more interesting than I expected.
Eh, Cara, dis-moi ce que t'as le plus aimé en privé. Ah, je suis contente, je vais pouvoir en parler avec toi. Mais surtout, ne rien mettre dans le RP par rapport au film. Sinon, elle va me faire la gueule. Elle va nous faire la tête à tous encore.
Not all Fontainians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief chat with her.
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Why, yes! It was Charlotte. You remember her, right? That daredevil journalist? I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow just a few words?
Je suis en train de répondre à RP en même temps, petit Cara, t'inquiète.
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible
On
for
va
once.
sûrement se faire engloutir. Et vous pensez à des papiers. Des papiers plutôt. Voilà. J'ai hésité sur le mot. Non, pas 4 h du matin. 2 h du matin, voilà. Tata Guilla, il est pas de bonne humeur. Lui, il dormait tranquille.
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old
Petit
hag.
Cara.
I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up.
Gros câlin. Pour nous transmettre un message.
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost. But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group. But they must really stay in shape to live so long.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or what that would be, though, so... Perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now.
Je me demandais si t'allais vraiment revenir, petit Cara. N'oublie pas de manger quand même. C'est vrai, son message doit avoir son importance. Mais quand serons-nous en mesure de comprendre la véritable signification de cet indice? Était-ce la meilleure réponse possible à ma question?
Traveler, Paimon, are you two all right?
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now. It kind of feels like the end is coming, you know?
I see. I feel that same sense of desperation, too.
Hors de question que je laisse ma famille seule, juste pour régler de la paperasse. Fille du Tartaglia tout craché après tout.
I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed.
Popoun? Ah, elle est partie, c'est bon.
But even so, I still hope for and believe in miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful. Perhaps that's what En was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff. I need to get going.
Ce n'est rien. Merci, Mona.
It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said, but also kind of sad too. Hey, Traveler, Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's go.
Je vais juste éteindre ma lumière, j'arrive tout de suite. Essayer d'allumer celle à côté qui m'éclaire pas trop les yeux. Celle-là. Pour ensuite éteindre celle-là. Ouais, c'est mieux. Je vais peut-être prendre des gâteaux avec moi aussi. Des Milky. Ouais, j'ai trouvé ça en vente alors. Pour faire mon live tranquille. Des gâteaux au chocolat avec les Milky, quoi, des sortes de biscuits avec du chocolat et du lait au milieu. C'est trop bon ces trucs là. J'ai trouvé ça, j'ai fait bon. Vu que je prends des boissons, parce que on est plusieurs chez moi du coup maintenant. Et autant me prendre des trucs à côté. Pour ce soir, pour fêter la mise à jour.
Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
Le kiosque à journaux? Attendez. Va falloir passer par là. Ouais. Ah. Chocolat au lait. Ah ouais. Et nous, faut qu'on aille là-bas.
written in this newspaper. What's going on?
On est peut-être devenu célèbre.
Let Paimon see. The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy, but that does not mean that others cannot interact with it.
Oh purée.
My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that.
Qu'est-ce qu'elle nous raconte à Paimon? Attends, j'essaie d'ouvrir le paquet gâteau. Oh! Ça me rappelle des souvenirs, ce petit gâteau-là. On va goûter ça. Attends. ASMR de gâteau. Voilà. Ouais, c'est des tout petits biscuits. Avant, je les avais en étoile, moi. Je crois que c'était la marque Pépito, un truc comme ça, mais c'est Torikeki.
Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report? A blind adventurer with their white fairy, legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fortress.
Je regarde si tu m'as noté le truc que t'as le plus aimé dans le film, Kikara. Il faut que tu me le dises, mais en privé, hein. Que ça spoil pas qui que ce soit, quoi.
So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain surprises in spades.
Eh ben, c'est super bon. Je te conseille les Milky, toi qui aimes bien le chocolat, Kikara. Non, mais c'est du tartaglia tout craché. Il va pas aller à UA pour... pour lâcher ta famille en danger, quoi. Je comprends mieux, petit Cara.
Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet. The Traveler's Trail, World Walker.
Alors, voyons voir. Je réponds juste au RP. Parfaitement compris. Voilà. Pauvre Tortaglia, on le prend pour un abruti. De quoi je me suis doutée?
Bon, c'est facile à deviner, mais je le précise quand même ici. Les personnes qui savent courir, du coup, c'est l'essai de Thriller avec Sako. Voilà.
Oui, t'inquiète. On s'en est douté finalement, oui. Ah, je m'en mêle pas, moi je suis... Simplement quand on me fait signe ou qu'on vient vers moi, c'est sûr.
Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her. She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter instead?
On dirait bien, oui.
Ugh, seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time.
Continuez d'avancer. Oh, mon petit Cara.
We're here!
Bah, c'est cool si t'as aimé le film.
Paimon's hungry. Should we go in and get something to eat?
À force de manger, j'ai la dalle. Bah voilà. Maintenant, je mange des petits gâteaux au choco. C'est de la faute de Paimon qui veut tout le temps manger. Voilà. This is a miam miam. Ouais, t'as tout compris, petit gars. Du coup, elle m'a donné tellement envie de manger. Donc, je nomme aussi. Oh, oh.
Hey, quick! Look! That's...
Qu'est-ce qu'elle a vu?
That's the limited edition, only 16 slices a day cake!
Il y en a encore à cette heure-ci?
It was so delicious the last time we tried it! Despite the tense situation we were in, let's give it another go. I'm sure it'll be great!
Dépêchons-nous avant que quelqu'un nous coiffe au poteau.
One slice of cake, please.
Déjà une.
Someone showed up after all. Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Je crois que c'est Cédène, ça. Ah bah oui, elle a envie d'une petite part de gâteau.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalette was right. You really can eat.
C'est Paymon, pas moi. Bon là, c'est moi maintenant. Ah, je crois que j'en prendrai souvent de cela.
Wait, did he really say something like that?
Calme-toi, Paymon, voyons. Nevillette a le droit de dire que tu manges tout le temps.
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore? What would you think?
But why would it close?
Elle est vraiment pas au courant de la prophétie. Hein. Chère Mélusine, vous devez apprendre qu'il est en danger ici. Poupoune! Viens ma fille, maman elle est dans sa chambre, viens! Je l'entends pleurer, c'est un truc de fou quand les chats font... C'est trop mimi, mais ça me fait de la peine quoi, ça me brise le cœur.
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but maybe the waters will rise tomorrow. You know, like in the prophecy.
Alors, qu'est-ce qui se passe dans le magnifique RP?
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No, still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today. No, it's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
Huh.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
Pas lui. Non, laisse-moi tranquille, Shoka. T'as vu, Kara? C'est la personne qui a failli foutre la merde et tout. Non, je peux pas. Je dois l'ignorer totalement. Je ne veux pas être méchante, mais j'ai failli perdre tous mes amis par rapport à ça. Et en plus de ça, c'était vraiment pas ce qu'ils prétendaient être. Donc non, merci. J'ai plus envie de reperdre qui que ce soit. Ni d'être trahi à nouveau.
Oh, you know Sijuin?
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans.
J'ai déjà été assez trahie et j'ai failli perdre tous mes amis par rapport à ça. Plus jamais. Bon.
She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily, yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. So please try the cakes here. I've got something else to do, so I'll be in a good mood after eating, all right?
And there she goes. All right, let's dig in. I'm unsure this cake will be delicious.
On va pouvoir manger du gâteau. N'empêche que c'est pas le gâteau que j'aurais préféré, ça. Moi, c'est des gâteaux au chocolat.
It's more delicious than last time, and the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea. It sure would be nice if we could come again tomorrow.
Je vais essayer de répondre au RP parce que sinon, bah, ça va m'alarmer.
Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here.
Hop. Voilà. Mon petit Cara. Moi, je sais pas ce que je peux dire que j'ai... En perso, que j'ai apprécié le plus. Je suis peut-être une sale crapule. Hein, on est bien d'accord. Mais... Voilà, tout ce que je peux dire, j'avoue que William Afton était super bien fait. C'est tout. Personne ne sait qui c'est, personne... Voilà. C'est tout.
Oh, we're near the Seabird office.
C'était sublime, quoi.
For Charlotte and have a chat.
De toute façon, tout était sublime pour moi dans ce film. J'avais les paillettes aux yeux, carrément. J'étais heureuse. En le voyant, mon père aussi. C'était sublime. Et à la fin, j'ai même applaudi comme tous les autres. Je peux pas oublier ce moment. En plus, il y en a, ils ont reconnu d'Autoré. Il y en a, ils m'ont dit que j'avais un beau cosplay, donc c'est sympa.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
On a lu ton article, Charlotte. C'est pas bien. Pas bien du tout.
Ha! You've got some nerve. You just used us to make some quick mora.
Aïe aïe aïe. Alors, qu'est-ce qui se passe encore dans les RP?
Oh, you needn't worry about that.
Désolée de pas avoir lu la
I heard
phrase.
that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
Really? Oh, you're the best!
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon.
Je peux plus
If I were a
pardonner une
journalist
personne
with
qui a failli me faire
ulterior
perdre
motives,
tout.
you'd be in trouble now, you know.
C'est terminé.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
T'inquiète, petit Cara. Toi, tu resteras toujours mon petit Cara. Un gros câlin pour petit Cara.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
When Mona mentioned you, we thought of coming to see you at work.
I see. It seems you've already bumped into Mona here in Fontaine.
Bah ouais, on l'a croisée.
So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a real daredevil of a journalist.
Nice. In which case,
Can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary traveler and Paimon?
Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and experienced.
Vous voulez vraiment une interview avec moi?
Yeah, are we even qualified enough?
D'ailleurs, petit carré, j'ai pas eu Furina, mais j'ai eu Charlotte qui s'est ramenée dans mes 20 vœux quoi que j'avais. J'avais 20 vœux de côté et en fait c'est Charlotte qui s'est ramenée à un moment.
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props, and...
Vas-y doucement Charlotte, hein. Tu sais, t'as pas besoin de faire toutes ces manières.
Whew, so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today?
Pauvre Tartaglia, il a envie de péter un plomb. Il est en train de dire, non mais on me dit de faire la paperasse et là, il y a personne. Et clairement, il est pas content. Qu'est-ce que je pourrais mettre? À plus Fontaine. Toi, tu dirais à plus Fontaine. Pauvre Fontaine. Alors, qu'est-ce qui se passe avec Dotori? Non. Je sais pas si la mère connaît comme par hasard Dotori, mais bon. Il est vraiment pas d'humeur, le pauvre. Avec tout ce qui vient de se passer, il lui demande de te soigner.
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly,
Charlotte, non.
I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily.
Mais en vrai, son truc au milieu, on aurait pu croire que c'était un œil divin, mais en fait, non. C'est une sorte de truc d'appareil photo. Parce qu'elle est cryo en plus. Je sais pas, au départ, ça me faisait penser qu'elle était hydro. Moi, je pensais au départ. J'ai bien dit au départ. Mais non, Charlotte, non. T'as beau être journaliste, tu te bats, vaut mieux. Te laisse pas dissoudre.
From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy.
Bon, c'est vrai qu'elle a pas tort.
Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless. And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible.
Des pigeons. Aïe, aïe, aïe.
I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic. But I do love my job. And I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist. But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
Et j'aime bien petit Cara à plus Fontaine. Pourquoi t'as mis à plus Fontaine?
That's so
C'est pas encore noyé,
nice.
voyons.
All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we?
Oh, j'ai déjà peur. Donc clairement, j'ai déjà peur. Regarde, petit Cara, ce que Paimon nous suggère, quoi. On va voir l'état de la mer. Et j'ai déjà peur.
Paimon's been thinking.
Oui.
If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would we do? No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do?
Si j'avais le choix. Charlotte avait raison. Ça n'a vraiment pas de sens. Ouais, c'est ça. Ça n'a pas vraiment de sens de soudainement commencer à y réfléchir.
We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot.
Je pense que je continuerai mes aventures jusqu'à la fin.
You mean, still traveling?
Oui. Et à profiter de chaque instant.
Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
Vous profitez tranquillement avec Paimon, sans voir passer le temps. À la nuit tombée, vous retournez dans votre chambre pour conclure cette journée bien occupée. Les jours suivants sont tout aussi calmes. Charlotte vient de vous voir à la base de la Spina di Rosula, près de fleuve cendré pour réaliser l'interview dont vous aviez parlé. Après avoir terminé ce qu'elle avait à faire au village de poissons, Navia passe même à la base pour prendre une photo avec vous deux. Et tout va pour le mieux.
Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough.
Elle est très fatiguée, Paimon, en ce moment.
But it's still better than the fortress of Mirapede, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
So the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
On a une maison à nous normalement, mais bon, il ne la mentionne pas. Hein. La théière. Ça aurait été plus confortable.
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillat sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the fortress of Meropide.
Alors, vous pensez que nous sommes des criminels recherchés?
Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him.
On vous écoute.
Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
A riot?
Ouh, une émeute.
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious. Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her.
Wouah! Oh la vache! Ça s'en prend déjà, Furina?
loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
Oh la vache!
So people have started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
C'est pour ça que Morax, eh ben, il a abandonné son poste, il en pouvait plus. Faut pas oublier que Morax, il a donné gratuitement son truc. Son gnosis. Il a fait, c'est bon, je prends ma retraite. J'en ai marre que les gens comptent toujours sur ma gueule. Clairement, c'est ça qui s'est passé dans sa tête. Il préfère boire les tasses de thé tranquille, il en peut plus. Il dit, c'est bon, ils peuvent se débrouiller seuls un peu. Pas besoin de tout le temps d'avoir des divinités.
So what happened after that? Is Farina okay?
Sinon, ça va faire comme avec Furina. Pauvre Morax. Oh, j'en peux plus. Ah, c'est clair, les Fontainois, dès qu'ils sont pas contents, ça pète un plomb.
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry.
Ah ouais, c'est vrai que les fleurs de vie dans le RP, elles sont foutues. Ah, plus de fleurs de vie, faudrait que Dottore retourne au désert.
The Marechaussee Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
Il a rien fait, le pauvre Dottore. Oh non. Lui, il parle avec les animaux et la nature. C'est pas un humain destructeur de forêt.
So, you mean she's still missing?
That's right. The Marechaussee has dispatched many people to search for her, but we don't have any leads yet.
Attends. Je parle avec des aliens, avec de la nature et les animaux. Mais je suis un humain sans cœur, à ce que je vois. Déjà d'une, je suis pas un humain, je suis un dieu. Alors par pitié, évitez de m'appeler humain. Il en peut plus de toi, je vous jure. Là, il a quand même 4 gnosis, attends. Un peu de respect quand même.
That said, I don't
Qu'est-ce
think
qu'il a
there's
en
much
plus?
to worry
Prince
about.
des démons?
She is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her?
En quoi je pourrais transformer Dottore du coup, vu qu'il est métamorphe dans le RP? Je vais quand même pas le transformer en loup. Lamia, dragon. Après, si elle l'embête, il se fout en loup, mais comment il va la soigner, quoi? Il en a déjà ras-le-bol, le pauvre, il sait même plus quoi faire.
Good. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
Ouais, bah justement, eh oh, ce n'est pas un humain. Elle a beau être une déesse, Moro. Dottore, c'est un dieu qui fait plusieurs choses. Un peu de respect quand même, sinon il s'en va.
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us
Il a
informed.
des trucs beaucoup plus importants à faire, comme essayer de régler le problème de la prophétie.
Is that so? Well, all right then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be heading back to the palais now.
like we should hurry over to Poisson then.
Tu as tout de suite compris.
If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat.
Elle en a marre, Furina.
And as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone.
Non. Kara, elle a sacrifié son gnosis. Pourquoi a-t-elle fait ça?
When Nervalet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling.
Sûrement.
Huh. Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up too. Cool, huh?
Je vois que devenir une détective porte ses fruits.
In that case, there's not a moment to lose. Poisson, here we come!
Oh là là, sacré Paimon, je vous le jure. Ouais, bientôt niveau 57, en aventure. En même temps, c'est super long pour l'atteindre. Alors, on va chercher donc Furina. Furina, tu te caches où? T'inquiète, on te fait pas de mal. Ok, prends ça. Pouc, pouc, pouc. Allez, je fais bon. On va grimper. Furina, elle se cache. Hop là. Mademoiselle Furina. Où est-ce que vous vous cachez encore? Elle doit être au village Poisson, elle avait dit. Donc le village Poisson, c'est plus loin, c'est là-bas. Voilà. Faut pas mélanger les deux. Tu ne seras pas cette chose affamée, rassure-toi, je suis une divinité aussi. Une chose affamée? Il va en apprendre un peu plus d'Autoré. Attends. Alors, avec sa magie de médecine.
I see the value in my own work, but I also see the meaning in all the endeavors of the people of Fontaine.
Magie de médecine divine.
I believe I will continue to take pride in fulfilling my duties.
Voilà. Il va en apprendre un peu plus Autoré. T'es toujours là, petit Kara? On va aller voir Furina. Après tout, une promesse est une promesse, tu vois? Je t'avais dit que je le ferais, le live, quand même. Même si je devais aller le voir. Le film. Poisson. Il y en avait un gros de poisson en plus à côté.
That's Farina, right over there. She really is here all on her own.
Pas de bruit, Paimon.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out.
Tu dois pas abandonner. Garde le courage. Elle en peut plus à force avec tout ça.
I'm sorry.
D'ailleurs, elle est passée où Furina dans le RP? On est toujours à sa recherche de face alors.
But what can I even do? Other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over.
Furina.
Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina, it's just us.
Elle aime pas nous montrer son vrai côté.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects. Come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Farina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to process it.
Arrête de cacher tes émotions. On sait que tu vas pas bien.
Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were? Disturbing my enjoyment of the arts. They even dare to tout their Archon! I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found.
Allez, arrête un peu ce côté dur. On dirait nous tous là à force.
Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Maréchaussée Phantom are freaking out right next to them too.
Neuvillette, il en peut plus à force. Tu l'as carrément menacé tout à l'heure en mode que c'était toi qui décidais sur lui à chaque fois. Arrête un peu, Furina. Si tu continues comme ça, tu vas perdre Neuvillette aussi. Hein. C'est quand même un roi dragon hydro. Hein. Non mais oh. Ah, je te jure. Arrêtez de faire semblant, Furina.
Of course not.
Fais pas style.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there!
Merde.
Quick, after her!
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are... They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they?
Ah non, on a plutôt l'impression qu'ils te détestent, tu sais. Désolé de dire ça, Furina, mais là...
That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Farina just ran off!
Son truc à elle, c'est s'enfuir tout le temps. Elle en peut plus, elle est pouf.
Quick, we have to catch up with her!
T'en peux plus de ces nations-là, toi. Hein. Ceux qui se rebellent à chaque fois contre leur archon.
This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
What is this place?
Hurry, they're almost here!
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
Carré, il en peut plus de Fontaine. Ça continue de tous ceux qui se rebellent à chaque fois. Aïe aïe aïe.
Paimon's exhausted.
I'm so tired. I totally thought they had caught me.
Oui, Dotori a peur pour ses œufs, les braconniers. Ça fait quoi à ton avis, petit Kara? Ça chope tout ce qui est précieux et tout. Ça bute les bêtes et tout. Et des œufs de la Lamia, à ton avis, c'est combien? C'est hors de prix. Tous les Lamia, de toute façon, c'est hors de prix compagnie. Faut pas oublier que Baizu, il est à moitié serpent aussi, donc moitié Lamia. Enfin, il est complètement Lamia, peut-être.
I merely gave in to the sheer
Dans le RP.
enthusiasm they displayed.
En fait, il va falloir faire plein de protections de ouf. Oh la vache. Cet endroit n'est pas vraiment insonorisé.
You're right.
Ça continue, ils vont l'entendre.
Yep, that's a good girl.
Oh. Ça recommence.
What's happening? The ground's shaking. Is it an earthquake?
Une autre catastrophe, je le crains.
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Ça s'arrête plus, on dirait.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Neverlette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Attends, petit Kara, je suis en train de répondre. Et les braconniers, ça prend les œufs et tout. Et il y a encore 2 œufs de la mienne qui sont en train d'être dans une couveuse ou je sais pas quoi en attendant que d'autres reviennent.
Yeah. But the people of Poisson, they've already...
Est-ce que Furina serait en train de craquer? J'ai l'impression qu'elle agit de manière beaucoup plus naturelle.
It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years.
Ah ouais.
I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways too to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing.
Fossaleur est disponible? Oui. Je vais dessiner un cercle démoniaque avec de l'eau. Oui, petit Kara, elle est disponible maintenant, ça y est.
But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time.
We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled.
Vous n'avez toujours pas abandonné, n'est-ce pas?
Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free.
Mais cela signifierait aussi la perte de tout espoir.
Indeed. I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives.
Attends, Nobilette, il est derrière de Toré? Bah alors... Il me l'appelle, mais le problème c'est que Dotori il est pas à côté. Ah, il l'appelle. Ok, merci petit Kara. Voilà. Je pense qu'il l'a appelé, donc c'est bon. Merci petit Kara pour les détails.
But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late.
J'aime bien comment ils ont créé quand même Furina en vrai. Les petites gouttes dans les yeux, clairement ça prouve que c'est un arc en hydro. Ces cils qui font comme des couronnes. Moi je trouve que c'est un super beau style en vrai.
Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end. Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden.
Ça y est, on
but
retrouve
honestly,
l'ancienne.
considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all.
Furina. Arrête de cacher tes émotions par pitié.
Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
On sait très bien que tu es sérieuse. La France aussi fière qu'elle peut l'être. Même si des fois c'est compliqué, c'est sûr.
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
On sait qu'elle ouvrait son cœur. Il ne nous reste plus beaucoup de temps. On ne peut pas se permettre de recommencer à zéro. Nous avons besoin de ces informations. Furina. Même si je ne sais pas ce que vous gardez pour vous.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
Même si vous ne pouvez pas partager votre fardeau. Je suis une sorte de témoin. Vous pouvez vous confier à moi.
A witness. Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here.
C'est gentil de nous le rappeler. C'est un truc de ouf, Furina, les mots qu'elle a. Donc dis-nous tout, Furina, hein, vu qu'on est une sorte de témoin qui n'avons pas notre place ici. Allez les gâteaux, faites-moi prendre un tout petit peu de poids quand même.
And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case...
Nous n'avons plus de temps. S'il vous plaît, Furina, dites-nous votre secret.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance.
C'est Sensi qui va être contente en voyant son petit Linné.
Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
Waouh.
So, this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Focalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
Grâce à Linné, elle a été attrapée.
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial?
Quand Neuvillette s'en mêle, ne jouez pas les gros durs.
In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
Ils sont en train de lui faire la même chose que ses procès avant.
You would draw your blade against a god? I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Furina, what is the meaning of this?
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary.
Ah, Focalor qui va être jugé.
I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice!
Eh ben...
This time, I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice. One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words, this shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine. The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will now begin!
Elle aime toujours autant faire du spectacle, hein, c'est ouf.
Woohoo! Oh, now we're making history.
Ils sont toujours à suivre les uns les autres. C'est pas méchant, mais ça me rappelle la France par rapport aux moutons, quoi. C'est tout. Certains sont des moutons. Il n'en peut même plus, lui. Devinette, sérieusement, il n'en peut plus, il soupire. Je vous l'avais dit, il était désespéré.
Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes?
Il est désespéré, le pauvre.
Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
Tonton de Villette, je te jure, il n'en peut plus face à elle parfois.
All right then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
À moi.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
Elle était si proche de me livrer un son secret. Mais on se retrouve tout de même dans cette situation. Ce n'est pas grave. Si on gagne le procès, on a encore une chance de pouvoir comprendre.
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins.
J'aime bien. La canne, c'est pour dire commencer. J'aime trop, moi. Nobilette, il met ce petit coup de canne pour dire silence, donc silence. Après, commencer.
Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates.
C'était vraiment pour lui tendre le piège, pour la piéger. Ah, c'est magnifiquement... En fait, c'est très intelligent, donc t'as aucune raison de les détester finalement, Kara. C'est Navia qui avait tendu le piège.
They changed into plain clothes and came to the opera house as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you.
C'est tellement intelligent le plan qu'ils ont trouvé.
The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would
Mais t'as
likely
des
flee
raisons par
the
rapport aux
scene and head to Poisson
Mélusines,
by
pardon.
yourself.
Et je te comprends.
So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean... the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontanian history.
Linnet, tu peux vraiment pas t'empêcher de te vanter de tes tours, hein.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
Mais c'est magnifiquement bien fait aussi.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Areneas. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
Mais c'est qu'il s'en vante, il me fait délirer, sérieux.
You're welcome?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off.
Ah bah ouais, les fatouilles et tout. Ils sont aux ordres d'Arléchino après tout, hein, c'est l'exécutrice. Hein. Aïe aïe aïe.
We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
Bah tu m'étonnes.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
Eh ben c'est très bien joué.
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Nous vous avons dupé. Ça va pas lui plaire.
Then, I can guess Nervillette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight.
Nevillette toujours là à attendre que le poisson morde à l'hameçon.
Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
Thank you.
As for you, Traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson.
Elle va plus nous faire confiance, je crois. Hein.
You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
Où est-ce que j'ai encore mis mon portable? Ah, il est là. Vous vous trompez.
Oh?
Ma mission était... Nous espérions que... Alors, enfin, nous espérions que vous nous révéliez enfin votre secret.
Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance. It's fine. It matters not. what's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
C'est vrai. Maintenant, notre seule option est de juger l'arc en hydro. Mais je me demande vraiment ce que Fiorina voulait me dire avant qu'on arrive.
Madam Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte!
Ils sont tous présents pour le procès, c'est ouf.
Oh, let Paimon see. Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did with us before? So she's already finished it, huh?
Oh la vache. Mais Dottore, il veut pas séparer justement quelqu'un de sa famille dans le RP.
Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine! So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument!
Alors, pardon. J'aurais jamais pensé à ça.
Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duels you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books. I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence.
Tout ça, ça date, c'est celui qui est en bas.
I mean, the words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
Navia tombant dans l'eau. Je sais pas. On verra bien de toute façon. Mais là, je réponds juste au RP avant.
The trial shall now begin.
Kara a détruit un Gnosis. Ouais, son Gnosisel.
Oh, come on, Nervylette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese.
C'est pas un jargon inutile. Maintenant, il est habitué à le dire.
Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this.
Putain, pauvre Neuvillette, un jargon inutile. En gros, ses paroles sont inutiles à chaque fois, quoi. Aïe, aïe.
Of course. It is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
Attends, je réponds vite au RP.
That's true, but my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud, who has never been the Archon in the first place.
Oh! Oh la vache, on va fort là, on y va fort.
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking our duty, but did I hear that right? She's He's not our Archon at all?
Là, ça va fort.
Charge accepted.
Tout de suite, hein.
Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge? Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Waouh, tu vas un petit peu fort quand même, hein, tu sais. T'aurais pu trouver une autre chose pour te défendre, Farina.
Yeah. Even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld?
L'oratrice qui s'en mêle, directement.
If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the god of justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? You have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
Les gens sont convaincus que vous êtes leur archon.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am? And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
500 ans aussi, hein. Je dois bien réfléchir. Que connaissons-nous de Farina qui sort du commun? Ah, pauvre Tartaglia. Bien que la Villette ait cru Tartaglia, innocent, l'oratrice l'a finalement jugé coupable. Je sais pas si ça va fonctionner.
That doesn't sound right.
Nope. Ce n'est pas assez. La rencontre avec Arlecchino.
First of all,
Yep.
you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Comme une malédiction.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
La source de l'information n'a pas d'importance.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble the type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
Neuvillette, t'as des doutes aussi, toi.
You sensed it too, huh, Neuvillette?
Donc, Farina...
Lady Farina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods.
Bizarre tout ça, hein?
For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the endemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
Un instant. Il y a quelque chose qui prouve que Furina ne contrôle pas l'oratrice. Non, je pense pas que c'est ça. Non. Tartaglia, il avait été accusé.
But weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Ouais, du coup, là, Tartaglia, il a été accusé pour rien, ça se trouve, on sait même pas. Je fais dodo, du coup, on a qu'à lire cassette, ainsi, le gun AP. Ah, Sensei aussi? Elle va faire dodo? Il y a Petit Cara qui regarde tranquille. Merci, Petit Cara, de suivre avec moi.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
Ouais, mais Tartaglia, il a quand même été arrêté, quoi. C'est un truc de fou.
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial.
C'est bien, Nobilette. Faut la rappeler à l'ordre parfois.
You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
Elle se sent piégée là.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon? Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day.
J'avoue que lui, il était à Fontaine. Tout de suite, il a été accusé, c'était bizarre.
But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
T'avoues que c'est une erreur, ça se trouve. T'as enfermé Tartaglia pour rien, Furina, c'est pas bien. On sait pas, ça se trouve, il a peut-être fait un truc, mais que l'oratrice a vu seulement.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the oratrice.
Très bien. Laissons ça de côté pour l'instant, alors.
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
Une brève démonstration ne devrait poser aucun problème de sécurité.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium!
Ouh! Elle en trouve des trucs.
Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
Ooh.
It seems like nobody's buying Furina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar. I'm still the same Furina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me? Please? You've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
Enough! That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is? If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. How can we refute her
Elle se laisse pas faire, attention.
Seems like she really doesn't want to give up.
Si on ne peut pas prouver qu'elle n'est pas une divinité, il doit y avoir un moyen de prouver qu'elle est humaine. Car si c'est le cas... Je suis en train de chercher... Il s'avère que les fontainois peuvent être dissous par l'eau de la mer primordiale au fil des années. Je crois pas que ça doit être ça. Non. Je sais pas si le truc de l'inné ça peut l'être. Hein.
That doesn't sound right.
Vachère, non?
It has been
Bingo.
established that all Fontainians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though
À
you
chaque fois,
act in
j'oublie ça.
partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
À chaque fois, Navia, elle oublie toujours de faire
Super
ça.
sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives. Including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Farina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case. But, if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse.
Oh là 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 là.
Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontainian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
Farina?
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it. That could only mean...
What's going on? Is she really planning to... that's not what we thought she would...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you may...
Hey!
Elle a vraiment...
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved! Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water! Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Miss Siegewing? If you're present, Miss Siegewing, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegewing? Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see. That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewing.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Thank you, Miss Siegewing. Lady Farina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
Ouh, c'est que c'est intéressant tout ça. Hein?
Oh wait, what did she just say? I didn't get dissolved! Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur. We don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Ah ouais. Elle cache un terrible secret, c'est pas possible.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina could have...
I can't believe... You...
Mais qu'est-ce qui se passe? Elle devait connaître des conséquences d'un tel acte. Ça ne lui ressemble pas du tout. Donc pour elle, continuer à se faire passer pour la divinité est plus importante que sa propre vie. Elle aurait dû abandonner depuis longtemps, non?
Listen to me, everyone. Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks. What happened just now didn't prove a single thing. Think about it. How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater? Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water?
On va vraiment découvrir quelque chose d'aussi gros. Il croyait plus en elle, là.
Anyone, just listen to me! I swear, I really am your Archon!
La vache!
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Farina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. She's too stacked against her now.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is... guilty. We shall now turn to the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges. According to the judgment of the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale, Farina is...
Well, what's wrong? What's the oratrice's verdict?
Que voulez-vous... Alors, vous voulez dire que...
No. The oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct, then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty. To be punished via the death sentence.
Oh la vache!
The death sentence?
Ça va être compliqué si les autres ne font pas leur truc pour continuer la prophétie, hein, mademoiselle Sensi. Dépêchez-vous de le faire, sinon on ne pourra jamais continuer l'avancement de la prophétie. C'est pas pour être méchant, mais nous on est en train de le faire en live en fait. Je vous avais déjà prévenu la première fois. Voilà. On ne pourra jamais continuer l'avancement de la prophétie en fait, petit Kara. S'il se marigne pas un peu.
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
Furina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice?
T'as la peine de mort,
We just
quoi.
wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth. How did things escalate this quickly?
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences.
Je sens que je vais m'en prendre plein la tête par ma chérie en fait.
Alors moi, de toute façon, je regardais bien parce que je vais pas être spoilé, je vais découvrir l'aventure de Noël.
Ah.
Je vais juste savoir les visuels et là. Moi, de toute façon, je suis en PLL avec lui, qui s'est bien enculé.
Attends, si on doit attendre que ma chérie fasse l'aventure avec son ordinateur comme elle dit pété, ça va être long. On va attendre 3 ans, c'est pas méchant, mais là on va attendre 3 ans là.
Is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Oh.
Là, je peux regarder un petit peu, mais c'est sûr, ils n'ont pas le temps spécialement de regarder.
Je les ai pas engueulés, je leur ai dit que je les avais prévenus. Mais toi, ma chérie, si on doit t'attendre et avec ton ordinateur, comme t'avais dit, qui bug souvent, et que tu peux même pas jouer à Genshin, ça va être chaud. On va attendre au moins 2 ans, ou 1 an, ou même 3 ans, je sais pas. Ah, j'espère vraiment que t'auras un ordi vraiment capable. Pour que tu puisses atteindre au moins Sumeru et ensuite atteindre Fontaine. Ça va être si long. Courage, ma chérie, courage. Oh, on ne pourra jamais continuer la prophétie, Kara, je te jure. Il va falloir qu'on se retienne. Comment on va faire par rapport à la prophétie?
Yeah, even Fashe wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know,
Nous, on
the real
attendait
evil
que ça.
mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
On attendait que la suite pour pouvoir continuer. C'est saoulant. J'avoue que même Vacher, il a même pas eu la peine de mort. Bah, il a été tué quand même. Hein. C'est que l'oratrice a rendu son jugement pour l'Archon Hydro et non pas Furina.
Indeed. Not only is Furina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Furina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place.
C'est louche tout ça.
But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
Elle est louche cette oratrice, pas vrai?
Excuse me, if I may interrupt. Is The trial's still going?
Mais justement, j'ai proposé par rapport qu'ils viennent voir dans le live. Je les engueulais pas. Oh, je suis juste désespérée.
Non, mais après, je dis pas que vous pouvez pas faire le truc. Vous faites ce que vous voulez, je m'en fous. Mais je veux dire, des vidéos, je veux pas être spoilé visuellement. Au pire, dans le RP, c'est pas trop grave parce qu'on fait à notre sauce. Et sinon, après, c'est pas de leur faute, tu sais. Eux, ils ont des devoirs par des profs, ils ont l'école. Donc, ils doivent réviser, ils ont pas spécialement le temps soit de jouer ou soit de regarder Genshin, je pense.
Mais je vous ai pas engueulé. Kara, maintenant, à cause de ma chérie, je crois qu'ils pensent tous que je les ai engueulés. Oh. Je vous ai pas engueulé, sérieusement. Je vous le jure. Je disais simplement qu'on va devoir attendre longtemps, du coup. Je suis désolée, Kara.
Fremine! Oh, you finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Les gens croient toujours que je les engueule, j'ai l'impression. Je sais juste pas m'exprimer, je crois, je sais pas. Selon eux, c'est de l'engueulade. J'ai une envie de pleurer tellement que je sais pas m'exprimer en vérité.
Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
J'en ai marre de pleurer pour un oui, pour un non. J'aimerais tellement être plus forte. Mais le prenez pas mal, je vous ai juste dit ça par rapport au fait que si vous voyez des morceaux, c'est pas ma faute. On devait continuer la prophétie avec Dotoré. Ça sert à rien de le prendre mal en fait. Désolée si je ne sais pas m'exprimer correctement. Je devrais surtout la fermer et plus jamais parler en HRP. C'est tout ce que je devrais faire. Je vous promets de plus parler dans le HRP. Je vous laisse entre vous de toute façon. J'ai pas voulu dire ça méchamment. On peut même pas continuer la prophétie. Comment on va faire?
Is that the first prophecy slate?
Je suis désolée, petit Kara. J'arrive pas à me retenir à pleurer, mais... c'est parce que j'ai l'impression qu'ils disent tout ça méchamment. Comme si je leur avais dit ça méchamment. Alors je leur promets de ne pas... Mais je fuis pas. Je vous dis simplement de plus... Je vous embêterai plus, je vous crierai plus dessus apparemment, comme vous avez cru que vous avez crié dessus. J'ai rien fait de mal. Je suis vraiment pas douée. Tu vois, petit Kara, ils m'en veulent déjà. C'est ma chérie qui a dit que j'étais en train de gueuler et tout.
Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
Tu restes avec moi, petit Kara. S'il te plaît. Enfin, je veux pas te forcer non plus.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water.
Pour toi, est-ce que j'ai crié tout à l'heure, petit Kara? Dis-moi, tout sincèrement, s'il te plaît. Je suis complètement paumée.
But has the trial already concluded?
Voilà pourquoi je parle pas avec les autres.
Doesn't that mean I've come too late? Oh no. Father will be disappointed in me.
Et bah pour eux, c'était comme si j'avais crié. C'est comme si j'avais été méchante. Je sais pas
Thank you
pourquoi
for
tout le
your
monde
hard
croit
work,
ça.
Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate.
Et maintenant ma chérie va dire que je pleure, que je raconte tout, c'est ça? J'ose même pas écouter le vocal, vu que je fuis tout le temps.
Non, celle-ci.
Ça va être de ma faute. Pourtant, j'ai même pas crié en fait. J'ai simplement dit au cas où. C'était pour prévenir, on savait jamais. J'ai pas voulu être méchante. Je l'avais même pas crié. Bah bonne nuit, Sensei alors. En plus, si je ne voulais plus parler dans le HRP, c'était pas pour être méchante, c'était pas pour éviter ça justement. Pour éviter le fait qu'on croit que je crie. Pour éviter de vous embêter et aussi de vous énerver. C'est tout. Mais maintenant, ma chérie va m'en vouloir parce que Sensei va se coucher.
Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates. We'd like you to come here and confirm their
Tu
contents.
comprends, Kara, pourquoi je ne veux plus m'exprimer en public ou que je parle plus beaucoup dans le HRP? En ce moment, j'ai toujours peur de faire des gaffes parce qu'on se prenait toujours la tête dedans. Alors, quand je parlais, c'était simplement pour parler des choses joyeuses et ne pas m'exprimer vraiment. Mais là, je me suis exprimée et comme une abrutie, j'ai semé une mini-guerre. Encore. Je suis vraiment désolée, petit
So
Kara.
what do you see? What is it?
On dirait que l'ancien Archon Hydro utilise son pouvoir divin.
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Pardon.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Farina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kinda talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates.
Et ma chérie va m'en vouloir, c'est ça?
Qu'est-ce que je voulais dire? Merde. Tu sais, si je dis ça, je vais encore me faire tuer, mais bon, je le dirai pas, vas-y, mais ça rate. Mais que les a... C'est pas engueulé dans le sens, voilà, mais que les a pressés, quoi.
Mais c'était pas méchant.
Pas spécialement de temps.
Ouais, mais c'était pas méchant en fait. C'était simplement pour leur dire venez voir le live si vous en avez l'envie ou quelque chose comme ça. Je ne sais pas vraiment m'exprimer, tu le sais très bien. Mais bon, je promets de ne plus reparler de ça à part simplement des choses joyeuses. Tout ce qui sera en rapport avec la triste vie ou le fait de Genshin et compagnie, je ne parlerai plus. Je serai plus... Au moins vous êtes prévenus à l'avance, c'est normal. Si vous vous doutez pourquoi je ne réponds plus, c'est pour dire bonjour et compagnie, mais c'est tout. Ou montrer des vidéos à Petit Kara et compagnie. Mais c'est tout ce que je ferai, je pense. Ce sera mieux pour tout le monde, et puis je serai toujours dans les RP après tout. Et c'est la pure vérité. Fais-moi bien penser, Kara, à tenir cette promesse. Ça évitera toutes sortes de guerres.
However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paimon will do her best to help you remember.
Ouh là là. Vous devez sélectionner pour voir les descriptions des stèles et en extraire les informations clés. Vous retrouverez et pourrez consulter les situations en rapport avec les contenus des stèles dans les incidents documentés dans votre carnet d'interview. Au fur et à mesure du processus de corroboration, Le niveau d'eau dans le menu augmente. Lorsque vous aurez fini de corroborer toutes les stèles, la vérité derrière la prophétie sera révélée.
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydra Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans. Does that mean that Fontanians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well. The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydra Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydra Archon and the Fontanians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydra Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate shows the Hydra Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontanians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydra Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
Je sais pas trop, on va mettre ça au hasard.
That doesn't sound... That doesn't...
Nope.
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontanians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
Eh bien, un jour, petit Kara, tu sais quoi, j'arriverai à me renforcer correctement.
Non mais... ouais, mais ça va être de pire en pire, quoi. Et après, c'est quoi? C'est tu quittes le HRP, tu quittes le RP, tu... Non,
c'est pour leur bien que je fais ça, justement.
Alors déjà que de base, en privé, c'est plus trop ça. Dans le HRP, déjà que tu répondais plus beaucoup, donc maintenant, tu te décides à plus répondre du tout, à part des bonjours et tout ça. Et c'est juste qu'ils ont voulu essayer de t'expliquer que, comme je te l'ai dit avant, c'est que t'as pris un ton... En fait, t'as eu un ton agressif.
Mais je me souviens pas qu'il était agressif, mon ton.
Que t'étais agacé en mode ouais non mais par contre maniez-vous quoi, c'est bon quoi, je vous avais prévenu, machin bidule. Sauf que le problème c'est qu'ils peuvent pas spécialement regarder les lives parce que comme...
Petit Kara, tu m'avais promis que j'étais pas agressif. Pourtant, selon ma chérie, j'étais agressif.
Que je t'ai expliqué avec Killer et Sensi, et qu'ils ont essayé d'expliquer, sans être méchants, c'est que eux, avec leur coup, et que, accessoirement, ils veulent pas être spoilés, qu'ils veulent le découvrir d'eux-mêmes.
Bah, j'avais compris ça. Mais je me souvenais pas d'avoir été agressif, en tout cas. Encore désolée si... je me souviens même plus. Selon ma chérie, j'ai été agressif, apparemment. Dans mon ton, quand je leur ai demandé d'aller un peu plus vite, sans être méchante, hein. C'était pour éviter justement qu'ils soient spoilés. Mais cela veut dire, petit Kara, que toi et moi, on ne pourra pas avancer dans la prophétie malgré qu'on connaît la vérité. À cause de l'école. Tant qu'ils seront à l'école et qu'ils ne pourront pas aller jouer, eh bien, on ne pourra sûrement pas avancer dans la prophétie.
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontanians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. And the first stone slate tells us that long ago the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans. This might be the reason that Fontanians can dissolve.
On a trouvé deux vérités là. Les stèles de la prophétie dans la ruine décrivent l'histoire de l'avenir. Donc celle-là, elle montre que Célestia flotte dans le ciel et donc que l'Arcohydro et son peuple sont en train de la vénérer. Et le pouvoir divin décide de les punir malgré tout. Jugé coupable. Non. Non plus. Communiquer avec vous en connectant vos consciences. Toujours pas. Donc il y a qu'elle.
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervilette mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slates.
Oui, selon ma chérie, j'étais agressif. Ils ne comprennent pas que c'est pour leur protection que j'aimerais éviter les guerres et compagnie, mais bon. Si elle veut que je continue ainsi, j'espère que ça recommencera pas, quoi. Il montre que l'Archon-Hydro étant englouti par les eaux, entouré par de nombreuses personnes. Non, rien à voir avec Tartaglia déjà.
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an Oceanid. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin.
Si je te le dis, c'est que c'est vrai, hein, j'ai pas tendance à te mentir, mais t'as vraiment été agressif. Hein.
Je savais pas que j'avais été agressif.
Bon, ça va aller, fais comme d'habitude, reparle dans le HRP, machin, évite les spoils et tout, et puis ça va aller mieux, elle va dormir, et puis ça va se passer.
D'accord, ma chérie. Tu vois, tu comprends, petit Kara? D'après ma chérie, j'ai vraiment été agressive, donc si elle le dit, c'est que ça a été la vérité. Mais je m'en souviens même plus. Comment ça se fait que je me souviens plus à chaque fois que je suis comme ça? J'essaye de réfléchir, mais c'est bizarre. Tu crois qu'on devrait faire des recherches?
Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay.
Tu avais répondu dans le RP? Je suis désolée si je t'ai mis un bras. J'avais pas vu. Tu aurais dû me le dire. Ah non. Oh, c'est adorable. T'es tellement à fond dans le truc que tu réponds même plus.
The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what.
J'ai eu peur de t'avoir mis avant, c'est pour ça.
The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truths should come to light.
On a rétabli la vérité. Heureusement que t'es toujours auprès de moi, toi, Clara. Au moins, je sais que tu me laisseras pas seule.
Oh, Paimon gets it now. So that's how you can make sense of it.
Bennett vient de Natlan, je crois. Ah ouais? Peut-être qu'on découvrira un jour des trucs sur lui à Natlan, alors.
But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
Let's hear them.
Les Fontainois ne sont pas réellement des humains.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
All Fontanians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontanians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oceanids.
Ça prend son sens maintenant.
Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial. All of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Ah bah oui. Vu qu'elle était dans sûrement le royaume entre la vie et la mort, je sais pas, mais... Les Océanides, tous ceux qui étaient morts, enfin dissous dans l'eau quoi, étaient en Océanide.
Indeed.
Le péché de l'Archon Hydro était d'avoir créé les Fontainois à partir d'Océanides.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably anchored Celestia by creating humans without prior permission.
Mais bon, je sais que t'es à fond dans le truc, Matikara, mais tu pourrais me répondre sans qu'on les spoil, bien sûr. T'inquiète.
That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
Oh, merci mon Tikara, t'es adorable.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
Eh oui, vous avez été transformé en humain, c'est un truc de ouf quand même, la révélation de malade qu'on a, c'est dingue quoi.
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
J'ai toujours l'impression qu'elle devrait venir après la 4e.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate?
Elle dépeint la réalisation de la prophétie que tout le monde connaît.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth. However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source. When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
Well? Did you get it?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land.
Ah ouais.
The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind.
Je vais te répondre, petit Kara, t'inquiète.
However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the seven, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanid's blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process.
Ah non, c'est ma chérie qui a répondu.
Oh, oui. Après, ils ont pas été méchants, t'inquiète. Mais... Bon, tu fais quoi de beau?
Ben, je suis en train de faire le live par rapport à Genshin Impact, l'aventure sur la prophétie, avec petit Kara qui est justement en train de regarder tranquillement. Je vois pas ce que je pourrais faire d'autre. J'ai fait une promesse, et une promesse, et une promesse pour moi.
But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be forms as Oceanid. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race.
Ah ouais. Du coup, ça leur a pas plu à l'ordre divin, encore.
And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
En gros, c'est des océanides.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing.
Ils veulent pas entendre la vérité en face aussi, du coup.
Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
Qu'est-ce qui se passe avec mon chat? J'entends des bruits. Attends, j'arrive, petit Kara.
It might be too much information for your regular Fontainian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
Qu'est-ce qui t'arrive, mon pauvre? C'est quoi cette queue gonflée là? Hein? Viens. Viens avec moi. Qu'est-ce que t'as encore? Il fait bien chaud ici dans ma chambre. Viens. Arrête de péter un cap pour rien, t'as la queue toute gonflée. Ah, ce chat, je vous jure. Viens. Tu veux pas être coiffé par maman un peu? Elle est toute seule, mon père il est pas là. Du coup ça lui plaît pas, elle est en colère contre lui. Ah bah tiens, il y a ma soeur qui rentre.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate.
Attends, petit cara.
The slates' respective positions
Je prends mon
are,
chargeur.
in fact, correct.
Voilà, j'ai pris mon chargeur de manette. On va pouvoir continuer l'aventure. Et puis je crois qu'il y a toujours une deuxième quête, donc là c'est quand même la première, je crois, depuis tout à l'heure. C'est bien, au moins ça t'occupe. Alors, que représente la troisième stèle alors?
A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids.
Attends, c'est pas Océane, c'est mon père ça. Je vais vite fait vérifier. Promis, petit cara, je me dépêche. J'aurais entendu une voix plutôt fille, mais là je crois que j'ai entendu une voix mec. Ça veut dire que mon père va rentrer ici. J'ai l'impression qu'aujourd'hui tout va me tomber sur la gueule. Tu ne fais pas envoyer balader, t'inquiète, c'est autre chose. Non, c'est autre chose. Deuxième preuve que je sais pas m'exprimer. Je suis pas du genre à mettre des coups de pied au cul à mon chat, putain. Oh. Bon, continuons notre aventure, petit cara. T'es toujours là? Dis-moi que t'es toujours là, s'il te plaît. Le truc, il vient de me mettre 2 d'un coup et après 0. Donc je sais pas si t'es toujours là.
They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not
Mais le
water
mimique,
from
il est
the
déjà
primordial
détruit.
sea.
Il était pas détruit, Mimique? Oh, ça se trouve, Tikara, il est peut-être fatigué aussi.
The nation of Fontaine
Il va
is the
tout
nation of
rater.
Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice.
Après, je comprends qu'il soit KO. Bon, bah continuons tout seul, les amis.
You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice.
Vous voulez dire que...
Yes, it refers to our present situation.
Ah oui, t'es toujours là, petit cara, tu m'as fait peur. J'ai cru que t'arriverais pas à suivre. Ça va aller? N'hésite pas à me le dire si ça va pas.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold.
Oh,
so now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it
Désolée,
comes
j'étais
true.
inquiète, je me demandais si tu vas bien ou pas.
What should we do?
J'ai l'impression que tout est contrôlé par le destin.
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Oh mon Dieu.
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions.
Oui, Poupoune, qu'y a-t-il? Elle est rentrée comme ça dans ma chambre. Qu'est-ce qu'il y a, mémère?
About the fourth slate. You probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meropide served as the surest sign that the
oui,
prophecy was about to come to pass, yes?
Pourquoi Fossolor l'embrasse pas? Voilà quoi, vous savez qui. Si elle le fait pas, Doré va aller voir Nobilette au pire. Il a l'impression d'embrasser du vent. Bon.
However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come. As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
Attendez, vous voulez dire que...
This eruption is just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
Ouh, je sais pas, l'intrusion de la mer primordiale dans la forteresse de Meropide.
That doesn't sound quite...
Non, heureusement, le pauvre Tartaglia.
That doesn't sound quite right.
Je pense pas que...
That doesn't...
Non. Baleine dans le rêve. Je suis sûre que c'est elle.
It was both dream and reality.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
Pauvre Tartaglia qui était juste en dessous. Si mon chat est parti de ma chambre, je peux fermer la porte. Parce que là, ça va être clair et net, c'est le problème. Oh là 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 là. Putain, la baleine. Yes. Tarta. Tarta le retour. Ah, moi je suis contente de son retour. Hein. Ça fait tellement longtemps qu'on attendait son retour à lui. Putain, il est KO le pauvre. Faut pas oublier que sa posture de démon, ça lui vide sa vie.
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the opera house? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
Ben, c'est exact, ou alors je parie que c'est celle aussi que Tartaglia a vue quand il était jeune.
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars,
Oh la vache.
weeping all the while.
Ouais, mais du coup, Tartaglia, elle est retombée dedans. Son truc, il lui vide sa vie. Tu sais pourquoi, petit Cara? Parce qu'il a un œil maléfique. Normalement, il est hydro. L'œil maléfique lui permet d'avoir un deuxième élément, la foudre. Ça lui vide sa vie.
It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels.
Bon, bah, Dotori va aller voir Neuvillette, hein, et puis voilà. Je sais pas, il est convaincu qu'elle ne l'aime plus, du coup. Bon. Mais tu savais pas, petit Cara, le deuxième élément, il lui vide sa life. Direct.
And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
Non.
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontanians nigh impossible to resist.
Ah, je sais, mais tu pourrais au moins, je sais pas, Caïn de Touré, je sais pas moi. T'es pas obligé de spoil après, hein. Justement, personne va spoil. Si c'est simplement une interaction entre eux, c'est pour ça qu'il va se dire, bah... Elle fait même plus un câlin ni rien, donc c'est sûr qu'elle m'aime plus. C'est ça qu'il doit se dire.
Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontanians.
Tu peux revivre une vie normale sans spoiler, c'est normal après. Va falloir qu'on attende encore et encore et encore. Par rapport à ça, tu le sais bien.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again, once it's managed to recover its strength?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner.
Ouais, c'est Tartaglia, quoi. Il a retenu de toutes ses forces, ça se trouve, c'est pour ça. Qu'il était si épuisé.
From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the crew.
T'as vu? Pauvre Tartaglia, ça doit faire trop de mal en vrai, déjà qu'il perde la vie. Avec son deuxième élément.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this.
Fou des combats, tu m'étonnes. Il adore se battre.
Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
It is too late.
Comment ça?
It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself.
Oh la vache.
Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
On a affaire à une sale bête en fait.
That's not something I will accept. We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe. That's just not fair.
Il est quand même très puissant, Navia, tu sais, cette baleine-là, c'est pas un jeu si Tartaglia l'a retenu autant de temps.
Indeed, that's not how a grand performance should end.
Ils veulent tous garder espoir, c'est mignon. Gardons espoir dans notre cœur.
I'll fight it to the end, no matter what.
Jusqu'à notre dernier souffle. Bah attends, je regarde ce que ma chérie a mis. Et oui, ça changera pas, surtout pas pour la nouvelle mise à jour, quoi. Mais le mimique, il a pas été détruit 2 fois de suite. Attends. Je suis en train de répondre, t'inquiète. Ben, en fait, Dotori l'avait déjà détruit, mais tu l'as détruit 2 fois de suite, ça veut dire. Bien joué, petit Kara. Au moins, il a été double fois détruit.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
Malgré tous nos efforts, nous n'avons pas pu vaincre le destin. Attendez, le destin.
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future.
Se pourrait-il que, même si la prophétie se réalise, il y a un moyen de sauver tout le monde? Est-ce que j'ai raté quelque chose? Une minute, j'ai failli oublier Furina. Que voulait-elle me dire dans la boîte magique géante? Quel est son véritable secret?
What's happening with the oratories?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Farina!
No, I still need answers.
Oh mon Dieu. Oh, je le sens pas. Même toi, petit Kara, tu te demandes ce qui se passe.
You...
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
You are not Farina. Who are you?
the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Whoa.
Focalor, why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria, for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up.
Eh bah tu vois, Chikara, on en apprend des choses, hein.
But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity, and the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina.
Whoa.
She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Furina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon, alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Furina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydra Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Furina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
Tu m'étonnes. Une force incroyable en elle, au fond.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years. And all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Est-ce que je suis entrée en contact avec les larmes de Furina? Si je me souviens bien, les larmes contiennent souvent les émotions les plus intenses d'une personne. Lorsque l'élément hydro est suffisamment puissant, il est possible de créer un lien émotif, comme avec cette océanide à la fontaine de Lucine. Est-ce que ce serait le fort intérieur de Furina? Furina? Qu'est-ce qu'elle fait sur cette scène? Ce n'est probablement pas elle, mais le reflet de son fort intérieur. Si je pouvais lui parler directement, je pourrais lui... peut-être obtenir plus d'informations. Je suis venue ici en quête d'une réponse. Je ne peux pas manquer cette opportunité. Je dois essayer de lui parler.
Oh, who permitted you to come onto the stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules.
C'est moi.
All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance.
Quand elle parle comme ça veut dire ne me regardez pas? Y a pas de public.
Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it? I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontanians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
Ça ne va pas. Même en son fort intérieur, elle continue à jouer à l'archon hydro. Impossible de vraiment communiquer avec elle. Sa détermination doit réellement être à toute épreuve pour que même son fort intérieur et son subconscient soient impénétrables de la sorte. Je dois pourtant trouver une solution. Je vais répondre au RP, t'inquiète pas, petit Kara.
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon.
Attends. Je baisse un peu le son. Juste pour les combats.
Shine down. Mind the side effects.
Silence!
Remember, health comes first. There is no escape.
The tides beckon.
Shine down. Mind the side effects.
An oversight on my... Settle down!
On allait finir en beauté quand même.
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
On fait ça pour combien tout à l'heure? T'inquiète.
Gather! I will have order. Be sanctified. Bow your head. Silence!
Mind the side effects.
Toutes les lumières sont éteintes. Dans le cœur de Furina, elles symbolisaient certainement le regard des gens sur elle. En parlant de ça, j'ai l'impression d'avoir reçu une sorte de signal. Était-ce sa vraie voix? Un billet? Quand est-il tombé ici? Je vais répondre au RP, t'en fais pas. Attends. Juste... laisse-moi le temps, au cas où... Eh ben non, ce n'est pas toi. Ça va, je t'ai pas mis devant. Ça c'était au cas où, tu vois. D'habitude je me dévance sans faire gaffe et j'aime pas ça. On dirait que la pièce va commencer. Montrez-moi ce que vous ressentez vraiment, Furina. Devant le miroir, Furina.
Furina. Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're
Mirror me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me? What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Oh, wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
Désolée, Poupoune, j'ouvre pas la porte pour l'instant.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Plus personne ne répond dans le RP depuis. Qu'est-ce que je peux faire pour remettre de l'action?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side, and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human. My ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
C'est ce qui s'était passé quoi, quand elle lui a demandé ça. Aïe.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. I'll try to do this. So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial, huh? How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it.
Acte 2, discours d'événement. Ça va, petit Kara, tu tiens encore le coup? Je sais que ça doit être dur. Mais on découvre tellement de choses. Eh ben, t'es un champion, dis donc.
Cardinalise has announced my accession. But this is my first time facing the people.
Dans le RP, j'ai ramené Fiorina, enfin, du coup, comme on l'appelle dans le RP, Face alors, au palais, comme ça, aller auprès de lui.
What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural.
J'ai soif, mais j'ai peur que tu t'en ailles.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Verena de Fontaine, your new Archon.
Agir sincèrement.
In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice.
Je te promets de me dépêcher, j'ai juste trop soif. Pour qu'on continue la suite. Terminé poliment.
Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all.
Ah ouais, Kara, c'était ça mon moment favori aussi. J'en parlais avec mon père avec FNAF qu'on a vu. Il y a un moment, on était éclatés de rire. Marque-moi franchement le moment en privé, Kara. Est-ce que toi, c'était ton moment aussi où t'étais mort de rire? Quand t'étais pété de rire, dis-moi tout. En privé, hein, parce que sinon on va spoiler les autres. Moi, j'étais éclatée de rire à un moment. Putain, Noam, il a vu mon coca chéri. Je suis foutue. Mais bon. Je vais te dire, moi, c'est quel moment. Attends. Quand tu sais les courses. Dans la pizza. C'est bon, je t'ai noté en privé. Personne n'a entendu. À ce moment-là, on a tous pété de rire dans la salle de cinéma. Comment il a gueulé en même temps. C'est bien fait pour lui. Bon.
Should do it.
Et toi, t'as aimé ce passage-là aussi?
I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Elle était déjà jugée au premier truc. Hein.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person?
Dans sa tête, elle est vraiment jugée tout le temps, quoi.
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-backed puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy. Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Farina. Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act? Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play.
Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering, if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them.
C'est comme ça qu'elle a commencé à jouer un rôle.
You are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere.
Au moins, on découvre vraiment les vérités, là.
Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Tu sais, petit Kara, je veux pas être embêtante, mais tu m'as pas répondu par rapport à ton moment favori. Et puis, tu me réponds même plus dans le RP. Comme si j'existais plus vraiment. J'essaye vraiment de remettre de l'action. Peut-il y avoir un autre procès? Peut-il y avoir quelque chose? J'aimerais tellement qu'il y ait à nouveau de l'action dans leur paix. Je sais qu'il est tard. Mais pouvons-nous continuer quand même? Juste histoire de me changer les idées. J'en ai besoin.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Alors tu ne m'as pas oublié? T'es juste à fond dedans. T'es vraiment adorable. Je suis contente que ça te plaise alors. Mais il ne faudrait pas laisser, tu sais, Nono toute seule par exemple. C'est ça qu'elle n'aime pas quand je fais des lives. Est-ce que tu pourrais au moins juste répondre pour prouver que t'es là? À chaque fois, elle va pas être contente sinon quand on fait nos lives. Je n'aime pas la laisser toute seule non plus.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful. Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech.
Rassembler son courage.
My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin.
Agir de manière grandiose.
The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine.
Terminer poliment.
This won't work. They'll suspect me again. I must play the role that
Donc terminer avec force. Tu vois, petit Cara, la prochaine fois, tu sauras.
There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Et voilà comment elle a été acceptée. Acte 3. À l'opéra.
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now. Was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to
That's true. I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
Il y avait des sacrées scènes quand même.
No need for fright. And do not take what I said before too. It will come one day.
Farina. I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your
Désolée pour les
own
faux
sense
contacts
of
avec ma manette.
perseverance
Elle est
instead.
embêtante.
Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right, Deoteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family, too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
Oh, you're such a gentle and wise God. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods, after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy. The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time. But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved. All right, Farina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
À l'opéra. Acte 4.
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Lady Farina, I've waited so long for this chance to see you in this manner.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute. I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about. I just don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today, too.
Jour après jour, c'était ça pour elle. Tu vois, toutes les années qu'elle a vécues,
Lady
etc.
Farina, it's
Encore et encore.
like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Dioteria, almost 20 generations ago.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer. A descendant of a line most ardent.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Farina. My lady?
What is it, good citizen?
Oh, are you crying?
Uh-huh. Oh, really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
So interminable. So lonely. Just
Elle n'en pouvait plus.
much longer. Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much.
C'était trop dur pour elle à force.
Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears. I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far? I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries. But there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy. All I can do is keep heart.
I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
C'est ma voix? Cette scène. Est-ce que c'est quand nous étions dans la boîte magique géante? C'est génial. Je ne m'attendais pas à ce que cette scène se reproduise dans le fort intérieur de Farina. Je devrais enfin découvrir ce qu'elle voulait me dire.
Share my burden.
Pardon, je pourrais enfin.
That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator. If that's the case... She's right. I could confide in her, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Farina. You shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's really alright? Farina, you've worked so hard for so long. Sure, is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? Surely, it could not hurt. If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it long and hard. No, I have nothing to say. I am Farina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
Fine.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness, and Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
Mm-hmm. And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
Whoa.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Furina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be, accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all a part of your plan, then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia, had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratrice. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia, and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
Désolée, ma manette elle est un petit peu chiante quand elle a besoin de charger. Voilà.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Furina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
Oh la vache. Le roi dragon hydro qui va devenir un archon hydro. Pauvre Neuvillette, il a déjà assez de responsabilités.
But...
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
all you've done throughout the years. is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked.
Bah là, il va pleuvoir pendant des jours.
Hydro Dragon, don't cry.
La fameuse phrase.
I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you?
No.
Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence. Defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on, that should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontainians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex Neuvillette, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too. At last, I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence, but these alongside them have gradually brought about. You are a devious one, Fussalor. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Neuvillette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
I, Iudex Nuvelet, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
Il a pas le choix de Maintenant, il est devenu quand même un archon. Alors que... Bah, il a retrouvé son pouvoir, quoi. Du roi dragon hydro, je crois, ouais. Courage de Villette.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
Je vais remettre une partie parce que vu qu'il n'y a plus personne, quand même 4 heures, ça sera un peu chaud, ou 5 heures même. Je vous retrouve tout de suite. Bisous tout le monde.